Cek, cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, this event is held in a hybrid method. So we hope that attendees who attend offline are expected to obey the health protocols by wearing masks, maintaining physical distance, and washing hands regularly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May peace be upon all of us. First of all, let's thank to the Almighty God for His mercy and blessing, so we can attend the Symposium on Constitutionalism and Public Law, Global South Perspective at the Faculty of Law, University of Jember. But before we start the session, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Reka Widyanugraha.
And I'm Andreas Fleming Sambu, will guide you as the master of ceremony today. This event is conducted today and tomorrow, 6 and 7 December. Today until evening and tomorrow start on the morning. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our symposium today.
First, the distinguished Dr. Iwan Taruna as Director of University of Jember.
Second, the distinguished Dr. Bayu Dwi Anggono as the Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Jember.
Third, the distinguished speakers in the symposium spanning from cross-continent of Asia, Africa, Europe, and America.
Fourth, all audiences, participants, and all committees. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opening ceremony, let us inform you the structure of the current event. First, Indonesia's national anthem and hymn of the University of Jember. Second, kaleidoscope video. Third, welcoming remarks from Dean and opening remarks from the Rector. Fourth, short welcoming dance. Fifth, the plenary session. And now, let's start the first session by Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen who attend offline, please stand up.
Thank you, operator. So we're gonna now we are moving to the next agenda. We will hear some speech as the welcoming remarks that will be delivered by Dr. Bayu Dwi Anggono as the Dean of Faculty of Law, University of Jember. We would like to invite Dr. Bayu Dwi Anggono. The time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. The Honorable Dr. Iwan Taruna, Rector of the University of Jember, all Vice Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Jember, the organizer of this symposium, lecturer, staff, and distinguished guest and presenter. These presenters spanning from 4 continents, Asia, Africa, Europe, and America, and 8 countries, Brazil, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Nigeria, South Korea, and Spain. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this short welcoming speech, as the Dean, let me introduce you to the symposium. This year, we take the issue of constitutionalism and public law, global South perspective. In academic literature, the discourse on constitutionalism and public law including what is introduced in many faculty of law across the globe. On the other hand, constitutionalism and public law in many global South countries are often marginalized, while many southern countries might follow the West-led perspective. Their distinctive features have increasingly attracted scholars to explore more complex political, social, and culturally diverse relations. That is why it is essential to promote this discourse under the backdrop of global South perspective. The importance of the current analysis reflects emerging issues in respective countries under economic globalization that gradually impact the way to interact and promote domestic affairs. It mainly includes how each global South government develop constitutionalist structure and address the environment and human rights issue. This topic meet the focus and scope of Lentera Hukum. It is of Journal of Legal Studies, a journal managed by Faculty of Law, University of Jember, Indonesia. Lentera Hukum aim to publish impactful scholarship that reflect increasing importance of cross-border legal analysis on the global South perspective. The output of this symposium is expected to be published in Lentera Hukum in 2022. This journal is well respected in Indonesia, nationally accredited by Indonesian government, indexed by the Directory of Open Access Journal, and online and available in many law schools liberally. For your information, since 2020, this journal has been prepared for being a reputable international journal, indexed by reputable international index service. As per our planning, we will submit this journal for the Scopus evaluation by early 2023 at the latest. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this symposium will extend new ideas and perspectives between presenter and provide more in-depth knowledge for participants. And I hope it will be an emerging platform that will leverage you and other scholars and practitioners in response to the fast-changing issue with the following rapid development in the global South countries. We learn many experience from other jurisdictions, science presenters from 8 countries in 4 continents share their academic research through their presentation from today to tomorrow. The last, I ask the Rector of the University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, to open this event through his opening remarks. Thank you and good afternoon.
We would like to say biggest thank you to Dr. Dwi Anggono as the Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Jember. Next is an opening remarks that also open the symposium on constitutionalism and public law, global South perspective, that will be delivered by Dr. Iwan Taruna as the Rector of the University of Jember. To the distinguished Dr. Iwan Taruna, the time is yours.
Right, thank you for time given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, and of course, good morning to whom in Africa, because there are different time between our country and their country. Distinguished participants and speakers, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please allow me to invite you all to be grateful to the God who has given us health so that we can be here at this moment to join participate International Symposium, which is organized by the Faculty of Law, University of Jember, which will have a subject on constitutionalism and public law, particularly on the perspective of global South. On behalf of the University of Jember, it is a pleasure and honor to welcome you to this symposium that planned to be conducted from today till tomorrow, 2021. Yeah, but for that, I hope you all enjoy the exciting speakers to come. And moreover, we are very happy, especially today, as we have some distinguished speakers from different countries. Yeah, I note only for the first plenary session of the symposium, they are Vijay K. Tyagi from Global University of India, and then Ferdinand Otto from University of Lagos, Nigeria, and then Andy Omara, University of Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, and then SM Masumbila from Jagannath University, Bangladesh. To all distinguished speakers, please accept our greeting and thanks for your joining this event to share your knowledge and experiences. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I got notice from the organizing committee that this symposium is aimed to be an international platform to exchange ideas and perspectives about the recent issues on constitutionalism and public law in the global South countries, which is totally consists of about, as mentioned by the MC, about 20 presenters from each different country to come to present their paper. I think it is great. Therefore, I'd like to deliver my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, including the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, due to their hard work and valuable contribution to make today a reality. And then I hope that all scientific papers resulted and shared during this symposium will inspire us to be more productive in this field and also enable further improvement of our work. As the Dean mentioned, that it is proposed to improve the quality and accreditation of Lentera Hukum Journal to be a reputable journal. Then I hope that, will be in reality as soon as possible. Okay, let us just begin this symposium. As the Dean asked me to open by initially saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I inaugurate officially this symposium. Hope you all are very productive symposium with encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge. Last but not the least, on behalf of the University of Jember, once again, I'd like to sincerely apologize should there be inconveniences that occur before, during, and after the event. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much for those speeches. Now, as our warmest greetings, we would like to show you all a welcoming dance by Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa Jantung Theater, which named Tari Genjreng. To the operator, please play it. Tari Genjreng is a development of the traditional Vietnamese Genjreng dance, also known as a Genjreng Bonyok. The name Bonyok is taken from the place where this dance belongs, namely Bonyok Village, Pangsar Village, Pagadan District, and Subang Province.
We would like to say thank you to Jantung Theater for the welcoming dances. Moving on to the next agenda is the plenary session, which is the main agenda for today and will be led by the moderator. For the first session, there is distinguished Mrs. Evita Rosyanti Ramadhani, and for the second session, there is the distinguished Mr. Ari Wiryadinata. And now, we are pleased to distinguish Mrs. Evita Rosyanti Ramadhani for take the time.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Am I audible? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good afternoon, everyone. The honorable all presenters and the honorable all participants of this symposium. Let me introduce myself. I'm Evita Rosyanti Ramadhani, the moderator for the first session of the symposium. I'm very pleased to see you online and welcome all of you to the symposium. Today's symposium is about constitutionalism and public law, global South perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. The time allotted to each presentation is 30 minutes. First, the presenter will be invited to present the material for 20 minutes, and after that, there will be 10 minutes of question and answer session. Our first presenter today is Mr. Vijay K. Tyagi. Mr. Vijay K. Tyagi is an academic tutor and trip fellow at the Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. He has qualified for the University Grants Commission Junior Research Fellowship. He obtained his Bachelor of Science with honors in electronics from Hansraj College, the University of Delhi in 2014. Thereafter, he completed his Bachelor of Law from Campus Law Center, the University of Delhi in 2018. And Magister and Master of Law with specialization in Constitutional Law from the Indian Law Institute, New Delhi, with a gold medal for scoring the highest CGPA in the academic year 2019 until 2020. His primary areas of interest include constitutional law, election law, and administrative law. Now allow me to welcome the presenter to deliver his presentation. Mr. Vijay Katiegi, the time is yours. Okay, since Mr. Vijay Katiegi, are you there? Okay, since Mr. Vijay Katiegi isn't here yet with us today, we move to the next presenter, Mr. Andi Omara. Dr. Andi Omara is an associate professor of constitutional law at Gadjah Mada University School of Law, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. He completed his Bachelor of Law from Gadjah Mada University in 1999 and Master of Public and International Law from University of Melbourne in 2007. Then he obtained his PhD from University of Washington in 2017. His primary research areas are Indonesian constitutional law, judicial review, the Indonesian judiciary, comparative constitutional law, and he published some papers in the Georgia Journal of International and Comparative Law, Justisia Jurnal Hukum, Constitutional Review, Mimbar Hukum, and Indonesian Law Review. Now allow me to welcome the presenter to deliver his presentation. Dr. Andi Omara, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, thank you very much. I saw someone out their head, so I guess I'm audible. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Is it possible that I share screen?
Yes, sir.
I try.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, thank you very much for this, for organizer for organizing this very important national symposium. And because the first speaker is not here yet, so I will start this symposium by presenting basically my rough draft on the title of my presentations today concerning about death penalty. That I present is actually, why does the constitutional guarantee of the right to life fail to end death penalty in Indonesia? The outline of my presentations will be, first I will present the research questions, and then I will show some literature review that I lay out, and then third I will look at the adoptions of death penalty in Indonesia, and next I will show you about the constitutionalizations of right to life in the current Indonesian constitutions, and then we will look at how actually the Indonesian Constitutional Court interpreting this right to life in its ruling. and then I will look at some comments on the court decisions and comparing to the text of the constitutions. And finally, I will conclude the presentations by answering the research questions. So these are the three research questions that I present. The first is, how does the Indonesian constitutions today regulate right to life? And then secondly, I will look at how actually the Indonesian Constitutional Court interpret this constitutional right, whether we have similar interpretations from the Constitution and the Constitutional Court, or they are differ in some ways. And then finally, I will look at why there is an inconsistent between the court interpretations and the wording of the constitutions. So these are some literature review that I obtained so far. First, I will look at the analysis of death penalty in Indonesia and criminal law, and then written by Indonesian scholars, Rifai, and then I will also look at the key dominoes, Indonesian death penalty, politics, written by Dave McRae, and is actually looking at whether it is better to have capital punishment in place or it is better to abolish the capital punishments. And we have also two other articles that I believe important to look at how actually this article will fit me in looking at my paper. So when we look at the adoptions of death penalty in Indonesia, we can see that it's inherited from the Dutch colonial government. So since 1945, before that, even prior to the Indonesian declarations of independence, we already adopt this death penalties, and we actually inherit this from the colonial government. Even though, based on my reading, the Netherlands already abolished this death penalty, but Indonesia still, up to now, implemented this death penalty. And we can see that in some laws, we still have death penalty in place, like the Indonesian Criminal Code, and then narcotic law, terrorism, as well as premeditated murder. And this actually shows that Indonesia today, or even after the independence up to date, we adopt and consistently apply the death penalty. I think the important things that we should understand is that up to now we have 4 different constitutions. And the first 3 constitutions did not specifically talk about right to life. The thing that different is actually when we look at the most recent constitutional constitutions we have, the 1945 constitutions, we can see that Article 28I actually expressly mentions about the right to life. And I think this actually important because it's actually expressly mentions in the Constitution, so that it's basically constitutionally guaranteed. And when we look at the current constitutions in terms of how the current constitutions explain about human rights, excuse me, we can see that we have what we call lots of principles that adopted by the current constitutions. The first, we have non-derogable rights versus derogable rights. And then we also actually have the definitions or the differentiations between citizens' rights as well as human rights. And then in the constitutions, we also, based on the constitutions, we also then adopt some international covenants, ICCPR, ICS, Carcido, and some other international governance. And the new constitutions also explain about affirmative actions and the 20% budget for educations. I think that's also important provisions for Indonesian's constitution today. And not only providing some important human rights, such as educations, better decent workplace, and then environment, as well as the social guarantee, social, and then health expressions. But I think one important point from the chapter on human rights is actually the government responsibility toward human rights. So the Constitution expressly mentions that state, specifically the government, responsible to respect, protect, advance, and fulfill human rights. I think that would be important so that every citizen that feel they are violated by the policy of the government can actually defend their constitutional right. Not only chapter on human rights, I think the new constitution is also important because we adopt new constitutional court where one of its responsibilities is actually to conduct judicial review. So if, for example, an individual, an Indonesian citizen feels that regulations or laws basically violate their constitutional right, then he or she or they actually have an opportunity to submit petitions to the court questioning the constitutionality of that respected law against the constitutions. So that's actually the background why this topic is important, because it seems that even though we have the constitutional guarantee right to life, but factually Indonesia still adopt death penalty up to now. So there is a gap between the wording of the constitutions and the implementations of death penalty in practice in Indonesia. To add the advancement of human rights instruments in Indonesia, we can see that we have some legal instruments relevant to human rights. For example, we have human rights laws. We also have the MPR decree, or People Consultative Assembly decree concerning human rights. We also have the human rights provisions in the new constitutions, as well as we also have specific court concerning human rights violations. That would be the first legal instruments. The second legal instruments we have is actually, we also establish some important institutions related to human rights. We have human rights monitoring institutions, the Komnas HAM, and then the Komnas Perempuan. We also have ombudsmen, court, police, and that actually important because specifically human rights commissions, both the women commissions as well as the national human rights commissions are important because this directly related to protections of human rights. And finally, we also ratify many different international covenants related to human rights. So I guess in terms of the legal instruments, I think I can say that it is adequate how actually Indonesia adopt not only domestic law, but also many important international covenants related to human rights. So the important point from my presentation is actually this slides. This current slides actually explain about the right to life. And if you look at Article 28I, sub-article 1, it says the right to life, freedom from torture, freedom of thought and conscience, freedoms of religions, freedoms from enslavement, recognitions as a person before the law, and the right not to be tried under a law with retrospective effect are all human rights that cannot be limited under any circumstances. So when we read this article, we can see that the right to life is actually cannot be derogated under any circumstances whatsoever. It means that this actually represent the non-derogable rights. So it will prevail in any circumstances, basically. That's actually when we read the wording of the constitutions, it's clear and unambiguous. However, when we look at Article 28J, it says that it is also possible to limit rights. So when we look at Article 20J, sub-article 2, in exercising his or her right and freedoms, every person shall have the duty to accept the restrictions established by law, etc. It means that it is possible that the human rights is limited, and the limitations should be in the form of law. So these two articles become become an important discussions, because the first article explained that it cannot be derogated under any circumstances whatsoever, but the second article make possible that the right can be limited as long as the limitation is actually by establishing particular law. So the question is whether the what we call the constitutional questions would be, is it included the right to life that can be limited by law, like the one here? So if we read the first article, it seems that the right to life is excluded from the one that can be limited by law, because Article 28I expressly mentions that it cannot be limited under any circumstances whatsoever. It's clear. It means that if we read Article 28A up to J under Chapter 10A on human rights, we can see, or we can differentiate into different rights. The first is the non-derogable rights, and the second would be the derogable rights. And that actually my interpretations and some Indonesian scholar interpretations. But thing is different when we look at the Indonesian Constitutional Court decisions, when the court decide case on Bali 9 case. So the Bali 9 case is basically a case concerning drug smuggling in Bali. It committed by 9 individuals. Some of them is actually Australians, and some of them is actually declared by the court or sentenced by court to death. And because the Constitution says that right to life is actually non-derogable rights, Then they basically submit the petitions to the Indonesian Constitutional Court, arguing that right to life is actually non-derogable rights under the Indonesian constitutions. So what the court says that because they are not Indonesian citizens, they do not, or they didn't have legal standing, because the law on Indonesian Constitutional Court specifically says that those who eligible to submit petition to the court is actually the Indonesian citizen individuals, and then the traditional community, and then the state institutions, as well as the public and private institutions. So the court says that because you are not Indonesian citizens, you do not have the legal standing.
Mr. Andi Omara, 3 minutes left. 3
Sorry?
minutes. 3 minutes
Oh, 3
left.
minutes left. Okay, thank you very much for reminding me.
You're welcome.
So I think we have different interpretations, because the Constitution doesn't mention whether it is the right of Indonesians individual, or this is the right of every person. It means that the court, based on the law, not the constitutions, in determining whether the petitioner is actually eligible to submit the petitions to the court. And then the court, apart from a legal standing, the court says that the right to life is actually can be limited. So again, it is basically in contradictions with Article 28I here. So I think the important thing is that while the court says that the right to life can be limited, even though the Constitution says that it is actually non-derogable rights. So in short, the court did not use textualists only, but it's more emphasized on the intentions of constitutional drafter as well as the past court decisions. So it seems to me that by looking at other modes of interpretations, the court can come to different conclusions. And I still doubt whether this basically what we call the most convincing decisions when we look at the very crystal clear of the constitutional wording of Article 28I. And finally, the three important questions I attempt to answer is actually first, basically the Indonesian's constitutional, the most updated Indonesian constitutions consider the right to life as non-derogable rights, but the court have different opinion, because the court then use other provisions to limit the right to life. And not only the other provisions in the constitution, but the court also use past court decisions or the precedents. That's why the very final conclusions that I want to say is that while the court realized that non-derogable, that the right to life is actually non-derogable, but the court also found some relevant articles that can be used to limit such right. Okay, I think that's all for my presentations. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andi Omara, for giving us such an informative and interesting presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. To those of you who would like to ask Dr. Andi Omara, you could write down in the chat section. Okay. Well, I have already had two questions. The first one is from Karel Prabata. Is that has a relations to cultural relativism of human rights? So, what is the model of protection of right to life in Indonesia by taking account the limitation provided in the Constitution? Dr. Andi Omara, are you ready to answer them?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, please.
So, first of all, thank you for the questions. I think that very important and significant questions. So, I think when we look at the provisions in the Constitution, specifically when we talk about the non-derogable rights, right to life is one of the 7 different rights that consider as non-derogable rights. But for this seminar, I just shorten because my focus is actually death penalty, so I just pick the right to life, even though we have 6 other rights which consider as non-derogable rights. So whether this actually connected with cultural relativism, I do think that when we look at, I will show you the screen again. So when we look at the limitations of human rights here, we can see that the limitations of human rights can be done by establishing law, but the limitations should also consider this important factor: morality, religious values, security, public order in a democratic society. So I think morality, religious value can be very diverse from one jurisdictions to other jurisdictions, because I think what considered immoral in one context would be different in other contexts in some case. So in that sense, it's probably influenced by the cultural relativisms, but somehow when we look at Article 28A to J, because we have 10 different articles under the chapter of human rights, I think we basically look at the human right in a very, what we call, universal context, because in many articles we use every person, setiap orang, not every Indonesian citizen. It means that actually every person is persons, either they are Indonesians or not, they are persons. So in my opinion, regardless their nationalities, it is possible that when they submit petitions to the court should also consider that they are persons. But again, in this case, the court then referred to not the constitutional provisions, but the court referred to the law concerning Indonesian Constitutional Court. And that actually makes things more limited, because the court law limit that those who can submit petition to the court only the Indonesian citizens, not foreigner. So that would be my first response concerning whether, in my opinion, it is possible using the cultural relativism to limit the, what we call, the rights in Indonesia. I think that's my response, Mas Moderator. My first response.
Great.
And there are some questions on the chat.
Yes, sir. The second one is from Kalu Kingsley Anele, which in the article you quoted, other rights were included, including right to life. Does it mean that all those rights are non-derogable?
Yes, exactly. That's what I just mentioned, that there are 7 different rights in this article, and all is actually considered as non-derogable right, because this 7 rights is actually all human rights that cannot be limited under any circumstances. The question is whether the practice consistent with the constitutional provisions mentioned in Article 28I, sub-article 1. Because like I presented in the case of right to life, I think the right to life, even though it is expressly mentioned in the constitutions as non-derogable rights, but in fact, it's still limited. It can be, Indonesia still implement the penalty, because the court used the other article here, Article 28J, to say that, well, the right can be limited as long as the limitations is in the form of law. And when I mentioned about law on narcotics, the Indonesian's constitution, the Indonesian's criminal code, these two law is actually explains about that penalty. And there are some other laws which also still implement that penalty. So yes, they are all non-derogable rights in constitutional wording sense.
Right, sir. We have 2 more questions. The third is from Dr. Billah. What is the political prospect of abolishing death penalty in Indonesia? Do you think that the Indonesian judiciary has been able to show some light to the lawmakers towards abolition of death penalty?
Okay, I think so far, at least for the current political situations in Indonesia, I don't think abolishing death penalty would have a good prospect, because I think many Indonesian scholars, or we still have what we call the debate regarding whether we still implement death penalty or we abolish death penalty, based on the what we call the scholar opinions. But other than that, I think religious values also become an important element to decide whether we will abolish death penalty in Indonesia or not. Because in some religions, death penalty is actually acknowledged. And I think that would be an important factor whether Indonesia will abolish or still apply death penalty in Indonesia. And I think it plays significant role, regardless the many different opinions from Indonesian scholar, but religious teaching actually plays significant role in determining whether we will still apply that penalty or we will abolish that penalty. And I think this most I exaggerating, but in my opinion, I think abolishing death penalty is not priority for Indonesia today, specifically when we look at the political situation as well as the many different factors that can influence determining the existence of death penalty in Indonesia. Even though we have some significant civil society focusing on human rights that actually asking not only to the court but also to the parliament to abolish death penalty. But there is also some resistance regarding the abolishment of death penalty. So I think it's still big discussions in Indonesia, but so that it is difficult, in my opinion, it is still difficult to what we call to abolish death penalty in Indonesia today. I think that's my next response.
Okay, sir. The next one is from Efnat Buyan from Bangladesh. In case of serious felony or crimes like rape or multiple murders, how right to life of an accused should matter when the accused take away several lives committing the crime? Could you mention any Indonesian case precedents where right to life of an accused in a criminal case considered based on human rights perspective or sustained by Indonesian court?
Okay, I think before we have the Bali 9, we have a case, I think Bali bombing, if I'm not mistaken, with regard to the terrorism. And I think the court actually also used the same argument to say that the right to life can be limited because the constitutions also provide article which allow the limitations of human rights. So I think before the Bali 9 case, we have the first case on, if I'm not mistaken, about the Bali bombing, and the perpetrator is actually sentenced to death. So I think that would be the case where the court actually uphold the implementations of death penalty in Indonesia by using other articles in the constitutions. I think that's my response to Mr. Efnat Boyan.
All right. We have two more questions from Kalu Kingsley Anele. The Indonesian Constitution is the Grundnorm, which means its provisions take precedence over statutes. Every person in Article 28J, which means the inclusion of foreigners, should take precedence over statutory provisions. What's your position, Prof?
Right. So you're right. When we look at the Indonesian legislation system, we somehow adopt the hierarchy of legislations. We have the Indonesian constitutions on the top, and then followed by the Ampere decree, and then lower than Ampere decree would be the law, and then followed by the government regulations, etc. So I think looking at the hierarchy of the legislations, it is right that the Constitution is actually the highest legislations in Indonesia, which means that all law and regulations below the Constitution should refer to the provisions in the Constitutions. The question is, because the Constitutions, of course, not explain everything in detail, and some provisions actually provide what we call delegating proviso, which means that further regulations on this matter should be in the form of law. That's why some law then elaborate what actually the essence of that particular topics. And I do also agree that the right to life, because it is expressly mentioned in the constitutions, it should be take precedence over the statute. But again, when the statute is actually submitted to the court for judicial review, the court says that the constitutions allow the limitations of rights. That's why the adoptions of death penalty in Indonesia is still constitutional, basically. So I think in this case, the court tried to look at other provisions to have equal constitutional basis, not using Article 28I, but using other Article 28J, even though in my opinion, the argument of the court is not as convincing, in my opinion.
Okay, great. One more question from Filza Avianti, who interested to know if the decision of the Constitutional Court's tendency to be more carceral, focus on punishing, rather than implementing transformative justice, or focuses on responding to violence without engaging in violence.
I'm interested to know if the decisions of the court tendency to be more focusing on punishing rather than implementing. I think, in my opinion, when the court decide this case, I do not think that the court only considered the wording of the constitutions. I think the court also looking at other, what we call extra legal factor. Because when we look at the, what we call the political situations in that particular era, we can see that we, Indonesians, very seriously in combating narcotics. That's why having death penalty can be considered as one important solutions to actually decrease the narcotics smuggling in Indonesia. So I think even though the Constitutional Court used the law as well as the constitutions, but I believe that the court also considered other external factor apart from the legal and constitutional provisions, including the one that I mentioned, some what we call religious teaching actually still allow the applications of death penalty. I think that would be my final response.
Great. Well, that was the last questions from the audience, and now we come to the end of the discussion with Dr. Andi Omara, and then we move to the next presenter. I would like to thank Dr. Andi Omara for giving us such informative and interesting presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Dr. S.M. Masumbila. He is an associate professor of law at Jagannath University, Dhaka. He graduated from Rajashree University with first position, both in Bachelor of Law and Master of Law. He holds a PhD from Faculty of Law, Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. His thesis examined the political nuances of land law and its relationship in perpetuating the poverty of the Bengal peasant. He is the honorary director of Human Rights Summer School, a regular summer program renowned in South Asia organized by academic think tank Empowerment of the Common People. In this role, he acts with LCOP in championing the idea of rebellious lawyering, the art of advocacy, and human rights teaching. His area of interest includes human rights, law and religion, land law and poverty, legal history, and constitutionalism in South Asia. Now allow me to welcome the presenter to deliver his presentation. Dr. S.M. Masumbila, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Miss Ivita Rosianti Ramadani, and dear audience, a very good afternoon from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Uh, Distinguished co-presenters, Professor M.D. Amara, I was listening to him, very interesting presentation on right to life, vis-a-vis Indonesian constitutional position. My other co-presenters, Mr. Bijoy Tyagi and Priya Kumari, who I understand will be joining soon, and Mr. Ferdinand. Thank you so very much, and I welcome to my presentation. I haven't deliberately made any PowerPoint presentation because I wanted to take the opportunity to be more interactive with the audience present, and I will not mind watching more people's face. So I politely request if you can to put on your camera, please, so that we can talk face to face. However, I have one very written paper on my hand, although it is still in a developing stage, but I will love to share some of my thoughts that recently I am going through. The title of my presentation is The Constitution of Bangladesh, Who We the People, quote and unquote, are. And you know, the champion of the champions in this area is Professor Bruce Ackerman of USA. And we can also name Professor Mark Tasnet and Larry Kramer, the leading think tanks on this We the People jurisprudence, who has earnestly advocated that constitutionalism should not only be understood from the viewpoints of the court, but also it should be returned to the hands of the people, who are ultimately the source of law, the source of fundamental law, namely the Constitution. Well, our Constitution, means Bangladesh Constitution, starts with three words: we the people, in the similar fashion of the United States of America and India. And the words are very simple, but yet they're mighty, and they are also revolutionary in nature. They are mighty because these three words signify the collective mind of the nation. They are revolutionary because they represent a glorified moment of the Bengali nation's commitment to oneness when the people of Bangladesh fought for independence from Pakistan back in 1971. This oneness develops into an image of a document, which we call the Constitution. The Constitution, thus, is the embodiment of the will of the people, as has been enshrined in Article 7 of Bangladesh Constitution. How and when do people speak to express the will? People speak and articulate their will only on rare occasions. In that rare moment, people articulate a constitution. That is called a constitutional moment. No other moments are comparable with that moment. Other moments are those of normal politics and routine functioning of the mechanisms set out by the constitutional moment. The moment came for ourselves, Bengalis, only once 49 years back on 4th November 1972. As such, Bangladesh had just stepped into its 50th year of constitutional making. As such, the occasion is very solemn to revisit, to question ourselves, where do we stand actually on its 50th anniversary in terms of its resilience, understanding, and its performance as a living document. As such, I wanted to really understand the nuances and many meanings of we the people, the mighty phrases that has been used by Bangladesh Constitution and many other common law jurisdictions. The day of the Constitution is also an excuse for us to look back to the Constitution we adopted, enacted, and gave to ourselves. Those are the phrases we have used in the preamble of Bangladesh Constitution. We had plenty of promises to keep, democracy, for example. We had dreams to accomplish an egalitarian society. We had visions to achieve secular society, human dignity, equality, and social justice. And you can name many more defining characteristics, not only of Bangladesh constitution. I believe that we have similar characteristics in South Asia, Southeast Asian region. The constitutional feature that mostly strikes me is its devotion to popular sovereignty. That is what is widely known as power belongs to the people. But how is this power to the people be applied? That's the moot question. The Constitution relies on the doctrine of trust. The power is exercised through the elected representatives we call member of parliament. The Constitution promotes the culture of popular sovereignty by giving the branch closest to the people we call Jatiyo Sangsad. That means the parliament a great deal of final say. Thus, the legislature, the Jatiyo Sangsad in Bangla, is the primary conduit of the people's will. But could we say that the will of the Sangsad can always be taken to be the will of the people? If not, is popular sovereignty under the Constitution is a misnomer? Let us consider three propositions relating to this issue. Firstly, it can be claimed that the Constitution presupposes a procedurally constrained popular sovereignty. Theoretically, any conceivable sovereign under the Constitution could be nothing but constrained. The people's sovereignty is manifested only at the time of national election that takes place once in every 5 years. People have hardly any other constitutional means at hand to recall their representatives during this time. In this sense, popular sovereignty seems to concede an important setback in an age when people's trust needs to be renewed constantly. Sovereignty under the written constitutional disposition, therefore, seems to exclude the manner of functioning the government. The second proposition is related to the ascertaining of the intention of the Constitution framers. We may recall that it was ultimately the framers of the Constitution who drafted the Constitution for the people. Therefore, in discovering the meaning of the Constitution, we should have to look either at the writings of the framers or consult the works on which they relied upon. If their writings or the works relied upon are not readily available, there is every possibility that there will be confusion in ascertaining the intention of the Constitution. For example, what the terms like secularism, socialist society, progressive aspirations of humankind, religion, property, ownership used to mean in constitutional context. Yes, one can use the text, but behind every word there is a context. Was the same idea of the people that the framers effectively sensed and passed into the words of the Constitution? Above all, framers' idea also changes with the passage of time. In the recent 16th Amendment case that surpassed the whole nation of Bangladesh in the recent past, where the reintroduction of the parliamentary intervention model for judges' impeachment or removal, the appellate division of Bangladesh Supreme Court rejected the idea of reverting back to the original provision on the point. Supreme Judicial Council model being the new invention accepted by the successive governments. My third proposition is the people's apparent non-participation in the constitution amending process. The Bangladeshi constitutional amendment practice effectively bypasses the people, firstly by taking a large part of the constitution unamendable. Secondly, by omitting to take people's consent before any crucial constitutional amendment. Amendments here are sad records of ministerial pleasure. Some rare exceptions, however, may be noted. The unamendability begets two further questions. Are we the same ourselves that we were in 1972 when the Constitution was adopted? We were 7 crores in 1972, and as of now, we are more than 17 crores of people in Bangladesh. Could it be said that our forefathers had decided everything by themselves to shape their future generations' destiny in every conceivable manner? Standing in 2021, is it not constitutionally desirable to ensure intergenerational equity in exploiting the natural resources we have in Bangladesh? Have the successive constitutional amendments put a question mark on our quest for a specific constitutional identity for the Bengali nation? For example, we still debate on whether constitutional orientation, our cultural and political identity. All these three propositions sometimes tempt me to question who actually we the people are, whose sovereignty is compromised in one way or the other. Are there people who are unpeople in the same country? There are practical answers to this now, which can be answered by many things, by politics, by poverty, by property, by people. However, I am mentioning just three specific positions to understand whether some people are unpeople or whether a particular group of people is being excluded in our understanding of constitutional jurisprudence. Firstly, I sense a he syndrome in Bangladesh constitution. For the constitution defines many state principles and introduces public offices in male terms. The question then arises whether the male specific language tends to exclude the woman from the membership of our constitutional community. It is true that there is the equality clause coupled with the oxymoron promises for positive discrimination, quote and unquote. But the positive discrimination approach is a defensive one and cannot fully supersede the thought that constitutionalism has to work within an environment where most of the constitutional actors are male. The Constitution endorses the masculine rule of interpretation, which suggests that the male term include female terms except where the context says otherwise. Secondly, I wish to refer to the recognition of the Adivashi community, that is the indigenous community, people in a half-hearted manner. Following the historical introduction of Bengali nationalism in 1972, the Adivashis of Bangladesh felt left out in the constitutional image of the country. It was only in 2011 the community's cultural richness and the distinctive self was recognized, although with some controversial terms like tribal population and ethnic minorities in defiance of the internationally acceptable term indigenous population. Thirdly, there is a simultaneous recognition of secularism and state religion principle in Bangladesh that wonders that whether the state religion as Islam marginalizes the other religious community who are prevailing in Bangladesh, namely the Hindus, the Christians, the Buddhists, and many other religious populations. However, the 2011 is a remodeled version where specific names have been mentioned and plurality has been tried to be maintained. Then again, question is, if you accord a particular religion and a state religion, the people of other community feels excluded. So that legitimately brings us to the three propositions. As to the first, one device to ensure people's will is to confine the parliament within the bounds of the people will by means of accountability. Judicial review, for example. The court speaks for the people. If it says that the parliament is transgressing the limit of the trust entrusted by the people, it can declare a law unconstitutional. Of course, however, there is every doubt in Bangladeshi context about the ultimate success of this judicial device particularly at a time when the judicial independence is not only an institutional autonomy question, but also a question of assertion and exercise by the judges in a vigorous manner in favor of the people's right. The second proposition takes us to the question of constitutional ambiguity. Ambiguity, however, in some cases may be a potent strength to attend probability. We have the beacon before us, we have a proclamation of independence to help us to ascertain the meaning of ambiguities in the light of the spirit of the liberation war. Ambiguities, in fact, help us focus our view on the nation's problems. But let me recall the words of politician theorist Hannah Pitkin. Pitkin says that to understand what a constitution is on must look not to some crystalline core or essence of unambiguous meaning, but precisely at the ambiguities, the specific oppositions that a similar concept helps us to hold in tension. The tension commences a dialogical interaction between nations' foundational aspirations and evolving tenets of the people. My third proposition is the unamendability provisions are related to the nation's identity. A constitution requires acquires identity through experience. This identity represents a mixed political aspirations and commitments that are expressive of the nation's past, as well as the determination of those within the society who seek in some ways transcend that past. That is to refer Professor Jeffrey Jacobson and his famous work, The Wheel of the Law. Democracy does not consist ideally of governance by present democratic will, but also in the fundamental part of adhering to the nation's fundamental self-given commitments over the time. We need constantly to remind ourselves the basic of our nationhood. Justice Sinha, for example, resorted to the living tree metaphor as a constitutional interpretative device to portray the we the people jurisprudence. While doing so, Justice Sinha borrowed from Canadian and Indian position of judicial review. Therefore, that is, a constitution is not a question merely of being, but also it is a question of becoming. Perhaps this approach of living tree metaphor helped Justice Sinha in the 16th Amendment case recently decided that an amendment reviving the original provision of the Constitution even may be violative of the Constitution. Justice A.T.M. Afzal, in contrast, in his minority opinion in 1989, the 8th Amendment case, held the view that a constitutional amendment, once validly enacted, becomes a part of the original Constitution. In some ways, however, this metaphor better captures the idea of living document is constrained by its origin. Trees, after all, are rooted in ways that other living organisms are not. Trees must grow from where they begin and maintain contact with their roots of nourishment, and in this way, the living tree interpretative tool embraces the mixed elements of rootedness and constitutional growth. Irrespective of the tensions and prospects I have just mentioned, at the end of the day, I want to say that we, the people, it is we, the people, who adopted and made this constitution. A constitution is like an house. To borrow the analogy of Professor Joseph Raz, the prominent proponent of perfectionist liberalism. Raz says about American Constitution that it is still the constitution adopted 200 years ago, just as a person who lives in an 18th century house lives in a house built 200 years ago. His house has been repaired, added to, changed many times, but it is still the same house, and so is the constitution. Raz's house analogy is also arguably relevant for Bangladesh and many parts of this Asian, Southeast Asian and South Asian area. It is we, the people of Bangladesh, who build this house and through their blood, tears, and sweat. We, the people, does not limit numerically. Rather, it continues to receive its inclusive meaning in the journey of the constitution of the country. Thank you so very much. With these few words, I stop my presentation. I would be very glad to receive any comments or observation or questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Bila. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. For anyone who would like to ask, please leave the question down below on the chat session. We will wait. Okay, we have two questions. The first one from Aryan Pamuji. The question is there regulation about death penalty in Bangladesh? And how about right of life in Bangladesh? Is it regulated in Bangladesh constitution? Please, Dr. Bila.
Thank you. I found from Professor N.D. Omar's presentation the Indonesian position of death penalty. I found some similarity of Bangladesh position as well, because Article 31 and 32 of Bangladesh Constitution guarantees right to life, but with a saving clause. So it has not said that it is non-derogable right. It is a limited and restricted right subject to law. It is totally like that right to every person has the right to life, liberty, body, property, reputation, save in accordance with law and save in accordance with law. That means through statutory law, the life can be taken away through the judicial verdict. And the penal law in Bangladesh is from 1860 British law, is still prevalent in Bangladesh, but not only that law, but also some other penal statutes have prescribed death penalty on many crimes. Death penalty in Bangladesh is very popular, my friends, and it has many ramifications in Bangladeshi democratic polity. Not only the judiciary takes away life, but also the police authority, in the name of extrajudicial killing, they shoot out people, and people becomes very delighted. I mean, seeing the very nature that a particular terrorist has been killed, that has opened the Pandora's box, and the death penalty practice ultimately has compromised the judicial integrity and aesthetics in Bangladeshi legal system. But importantly, the higher judiciary of Bangladesh have set out certain exceptions. For example, the court said that mandatory death penalty is not acceptable. I mean, if a particular, the court has struck down a women repression law that prescribed mandatory death penalty for acid throwing and raping and perhaps rape to death, a mandatory death penalty was imposed. The court struck down the legislation, being the violative of judicial discretion and independence. So we are still practicing, and the court has been very cautious and vigilant and prescribes death penalty in exceptional cases. But in lower judiciary, death practice of death penalty verdict, we can often see, and it is very popular. So still we need to wait to see a possibility that death penalty will be discouraged, and the legislators will give a move to restrict the practice of death penalty. So we are still in a dilemma, my friends. Thank you for the question.
Okay, great. Thank you. For the second question is from Muhammad Tariqul Islam. Can you please clarify again the constitutional stand on religion in Bangladesh?
That again is a very intensely debated issue in Bangladesh, not only at the time of its inception, but also at the present day. The Bangladeshi framers of the constitution adopted the principle of secularism, meaning that non-discrimination on the basis of religious consideration and equality between different religious communities, and that the religion will not be used for communal violence, and religious politics shall not be resorted to vindicate political purposes. In that sense, principle of secularism was inserted in Bangladesh constitution. Although Bangladesh is a Muslim majority jurisdiction, about 95% of Bangladesh people are Muslims, and the rest of are Hindus, Christians, Buddhists. But Bangladesh saw successive military rulers who used religion as a camouflage to perpetuate their power, and Islamized the constitution and inserted religious expressions like Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim in the name of Allah in the very beginning of the constitution. Then absolute trust and faith to the Almighty as a state principle and as a guiding principle of the constitution. Right to religion clause was there. But in 1988, the big blow was done to the constitution by a constitutional ruler who declared Islam as the state religion and placed other religion at the subservient position of the state religion, namely other religion can be practiced in peace and harmony with this qualified clause. However, in 2011, we have in a new political environment, the religion clause has been remodeled. Now the position is we have simultaneous this peculiar provision of a state religion as well as the principle of secularism. So present debate is whether at the same time the principle of secularism and the state religion provision can go together. Personally, I favor a very harmonious construction. I say that secularism is a process as well as a goal, and it does not, the state religion clause does not snatch away the secular character of the nation and pluralistic character of the nation. However, scholars have different opinion on this issue. So so that is the current position, but we have this right to religion clause in 42 subject to morality, public condition, like the way it has been in other part of the globe like India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, etc. People say that the state religion clause was important from Malaysian jurisdiction. So many debates, many works are going on. I stop by saying this about this constitution, about this question. If you are interested, we'll be able to talk more in some other occasion. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And for the last question is from FNAT. The question is, what is your take on the basic structure doctrine enshrined in Article 7B of Bangladesh Constitution? Do you not find it in hindrance to the progressive development?
This is a very important question raised by Ivnath. Uh, as I mentioned in my presentation, that almost 50 articles we have for Indonesian scholars and some other audience, the information is Bangladesh.
Recording in progress.
They apprehend that once there will be a political change, this again will be struck down, again will be deleted from the constitution. So they have inserted it in an eternal way. I think that progressive interpretation from the higher judiciary, the harmonious construction between fundamental principles of a state policy. In Indian jurisdiction, it is known as directive principles of a state policy, like the socio-economic and cultural rights, should be interpreted in line with the fundamental rights. So, if we can fashion and refashion and remodel the constitutional jurisprudence and expand the horizon of socio-economic and other human rights, I think that this hard law can be turned into soft law. Constitution uh, lives in the heart of the people, so it can easily be interpreted in the light of the changes through its organic structure, through its living document characteristics. So I personally don't believe that it has at all, put a barrier on the progressive constitutionalism. Depends how you care about the constitution. Depends how progressive your judiciary is. Depends how democratic and political culture is developed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bila, for the great response. Since we don't have any question left, then we finally come to the end of this symposium for the first session this afternoon. But before I close the symposium, I would like to thank the presenter for the informative and interesting presentations, all the participants for the very active participation, and also for the committee that worked hard today. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Lagunya. Hello, does my voice clearly committee or organizer? Can you hear my voice? Am I audible or not? I cannot hear your voice. Hello, Mrs. or Mr. Babayu Sule. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Pak Usmannya belum datang ya kayaknya. Cek dulu.
Hello, Mr. Arif.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, I think all the presenters have attended to the symposium, and we can look at the schedule. That I think 4 presenters have been online. You can check.
Oh, okay. I think Nabila actor is already in the Zoom room, right? But the second presenters, Khaira Azmi, Rahmi Nawati, and Hani Adayani is not already in the Zoom meeting or just already.
Yeah.
I think the second presenter.
Yeah, I think the time is approaching and we must start this session, and
Okay.
we should begin with the online presenters first.
So we should proceed in the 3 past 30, right? 3 minutes ahead.
Aku jangan di spotlight dong.
Oke, should we proceed, Mas? Sudah 3:29. So we start. Mas Barul, shall we proceed or begin this second plenary sessions, or is still waiting for another presenters? Mr. Usman Sambo, you already in this room or not? Mr. Baba Yusule, are you ready? Mrs. Nabila Akhtar, do you already connected with this Zoom or still on the way? Or halo Mbak Nabila Akhtar. Okay, I think okay, I think very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also the participants and the presenters in this symposium. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome you back to the second plenary sessions at the Symposium on the Constitutionalism and Public Law, Global South Perspective, well organized by the Universitas Jember. Before we jump into the presentations and the Q&A, we also, it's such an honor actually for me for being the moderator for these plenary sessions. So before we jump to the presentations, we have 4 presenters that will be share their 2 cents or their paper regarding some topic in the constitutionalisms and also the public law issues. I have the liability to inform the rule of this conference. The presenter will be speaking approximately 20 minutes. Then the organizer also provide 10 minutes for the Q&A sessions. So in total, every presenter has 30 minutes to present and also to answer the questions from the participants and also from the another presenters and maybe from the guests or the invitation people. And then if the participants who interested with this topic, please, we also allow you to ask to the speaker by using the pictures of raised hand if you would like to ask directly to the presenters. But if you want to write your question, you can also use the chat box picture by write your questions down there, and then I will pick the questions and convey the questions to the presenter. So maybe without further ado, we will go to the first presenters, Mr. Usman Sambo and also Babayu Sule. I will give some information regarding Usman Sambo and also Babayu Sule. Usman Sambo is the lecturer at Department of Public Administration, Yobe State University, Damaturu, Nigeria. And also Babayu Sule is from Department of Political Science, Federal University Kashere Gobe, Gobe State, Nigeria. They will present to us their paper regarding on the power sharing and zoning formula as the alternative strategies for managing diversity in Nigerian politics, examining the experience and the Fourth Republic journey from 1999 until 2019. So without further ado, I over the microphone and also the share screen to Mr. Usman Sambo and Babayu Sule. Hello, Mr. Usman Sambo and Babayu Sule. Have you already? Yes, Mr. Babayu, time is yours. We allocate 20 minutes for you to present your paper or your presentations. Your microphone is still off, I think. Can you open your microphone first?
Okay, yes, sir. Now, is it clear now?
Yes. Is it clear?
Okay, thank you, sir. The motivation for choosing this topic, sir, is simply because the title of the symposium is on law and constitutionalism in the global south. And one of the contending legal issues in Nigerian politics is the issue of power sharing and zoning. I think it is pertinent to give a brief highlight of the picture of the structure of Nigerian politics, which will enable us to understand why power sharing and zoning formula are now becoming contending issues of constitution and legal matters. Well, Nigeria became a country as a result of the arbitrary amalgamation of the British colonizers in 1914, and then subsequently the federal system was introduced in 1944 with 4 geopolitical zones in the east, the west, the north, and then the Lagos colony. So Nigeria finally succeeded in becoming a political entity with political independence in 1960 with an inherited British colonial structure. Nigeria is presently divided into 6 geopolitical zones of the Northeast, Northwest, North Central, Southeast, South, and Southwest, and also the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, making them 7, with the federal government at the center, 36 state governments, and then 774 local governments. All these are constitutionally provided in the Nigerian 1999 Constitution, and so they are not legal matters. These ones are issues that are clearly spelled out by the law. So therefore, the issue is that there are some issues or matters that are legal and there are some that are not constitutional. Nigeria has a federal structure, and it is provided that from the aspect of the constitution that each of the 36 states and the FCT Abuja will provide at least 3 senators for the upper chamber, that is the Nigerian Senate. While the lower chamber, the Federal House of Representatives, is going to be presented or membership is allocated to 36 states according to their own population. For example, Kano State, which has a population of around 22 million, is allocated about 25 members, Federal House of Representatives, while Bayelsa State in the south, which is the smallest in population, is just allocated 5 members. So while the Senate is being given representation equally, irrespective of population and size, the House of Representatives is given according to the size of the population and the geographical size of the state. Then additionally, each state is also constitutionally allowed to present one minister, at least one federal minister. But in a situation where we have about 44 ministers, and we only have 36 state and FCT Abuja making 37, the president has the powers and the liberty according to constitution to appoint additional 7 ministers from other state that he wishes. So some state can get 2 ministers, but at least they must get 1 minister each. And also in each of the federal ministries, each state must be represented with a federal permanent secretary. And also each state is allocated constitutionally a member of the High Commission. That is an ambassador. Each one must come at least from one state. And in addition to that, as a result of the crisis of the diversity, the Nigerian government in some 20 years back introduced what is called federal character. This federal character simply means whenever the government is appointing civil servant or the government is allocating federal project or any other issues, each state must be given a share according to its own population. So all these are constitutionally provided, so they are not matters of argument or legal discussion because they are there. But the central point of this paper, what the paper is much interested in and what it looks at is that aspect which the Nigerian politicians in the Fourth Republic, because the paper mentioned the experience of the Fourth Republic. Nigeria experienced 4 republics. The First Republic is from 1960 to 1966. It was ended by military intervention. The Second Republic is from 1979 to 1983. It was terminated also by military intervention. The Fourth Republic or the Third Republic, sometimes it is called by Nigerian scholars aborted Third Republic. It's a republic which was started by the military administration of Major General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, but after 2 years, before a final election of the president will be held, the republic was collapsed by the military regime and the military continued in power. The Fourth Republic started from 1999 to the present time, that is 2021, span a period of 22 years, which is the longest democratic experience in the country. Many scholars in Nigeria are now asking what are the reasons why the Fourth Republic is staying longer and why democracy is now being sustained in Nigeria unlike the previous republic. It is now 22 years And the Nigerian democracy has even experienced a situation whereby the incumbent government in power is defeated in 2014 by an opposition party. And there is also anticipation that such may continue in future. So many scholars are asking, what are the reasons why this Fourth Republic is seemingly staying and is suitable? So they come up with an answer that power sharing and this zoning formula is the strategy which Nigeria is using. And study, or with the authors feel it is important with the globe or with the world, so that it will serve as a model or as a system that other countries may copy, particularly countries that have a plurality and diverse religious, ethnic, and regional composition. Because Nigeria is almost divided along ethnic line, along religious line, and along regional line. The Muslims and Christians are the dominant faith in the country, even though some statistics are showing that the population of the Muslim is slightly higher than that of the Christians. And the three major ethnic groups of the Hausa Fulani, which are majority Muslim, and the Yorubas, which are divided into Muslims and Christians, and then the Igbo and the Niger Delta, which are dominantly Christians. And then the country is divided into two, apart from the issue that there are over 450 ethnic groups. But the three I mentioned are the big ones that are always dominating and controlling power. And then the country is divided into north and the south, apart from the geopolitical zones and the state and the local government. The north is in the northern part of the country with the 80% geographical size, while the south is in the southern part of the country with only 20% of the geographical size. But the south is the dominant economic mainstay in the country because it is in Niger Delta where the oil is, which is the main source of revenue and foreign exchange for the country. But power has always been dominated by the north, particularly during military rule. In 1999, when the Fourth Republic came, the politicians sat down and made an agreement which is not constitutional, which is not legal, that they will continue to rotate power sharing and zoning between the north and the south, among the Muslims and the Christians, that if a president is from the south, then the vice president will come from the north. And if the president is from the north, then the vice president will come from the south. And also other strategic positions like the Senate president, the deputy Senate president, the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, the deputy speaker, and several other strategic ministerial positions, ruling party and opposition leadership will now be shared among the elites from the north and the south. For example, if the president is from the south, the deputy will be from the north, and then the Senate president will be from the north, the deputy Senate president will be from the south, the Speaker House of Representatives will be from the south, the deputy speaker will be from the north, and then other strategic ministerial position like Ministry of Petroleum, like Ministry of Finance, like Ministry of Works and Housing and Power, and Ministry of Defense are now shared between the north and the south and among the Muslims and the Christians. The elite made that arrangement based on what they call principal agreement, which is not in the Nigerian 1999 constitution. So in 1999, it was agreed that the south should produce the president while the north should produce the vice president. In 2007, after the expiration of the tenure of President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is from the south, with his vice president Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the north, now the presidency returned back to the north with Alhaji Umar Musa Yar'Adua, late Umar Musa Yar'Adua as the president, and then Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan from the south as the vice president. Eventually, and unfortunately, President Yar'Adua died in 2010, just 2 years into the presidency. Now, the North insisted that it must produce another president who will complete the remaining 6 years for the Northern presidency. But the South insisted that it must continue, at least President Goodluck Jonathan, who became the president as the deputy of Yar'Adua, must be given an opportunity at least to continue in one term. That violated the principle of zoning and agreement, and from there on, some scholars and experts in Nigerian politics started arguing whether this power sharing and zoning is a good policy for the Nigerian politics, because it is fostering and engendering ethnicity, religious division, and regional politics, which were considered as the major causes of the collapse of the First, Second, and Third Republic, and the major obstacle to the Nigerian national integration, national unity, progress, and development. However, President Jonathan succeeded in becoming the president in 2011, but in 2015, he recontested again, but the northern elite gang up against him, and they succeeded in defeating him to present the northern president in person of President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari is in his 7th year now. By 2023, his tenure will end off, and the argument and the issue of the legality and illegality of the power sharing and zoning is still coming back again. The North is saying there is no need for this power sharing to continue because there is no legal provision or constitutional provision from the Nigerian 99 Constitution. Neither such is provided in any constitution of the ruling APC party and the opposition PDP party, nor any section of the laws of these two major parties provide that there should be power sharing and zoning. They always constantly maintain that it is a gentleman agreement on principle. Now the South is saying that we must produce the president, and the politics in the country has taken a new dimension. The South is becoming violent. In the Southeast, the IFOP Biafra secessionists are threatening that they must secede from the Nigerian Federation and leave out the Nigerian country and form their own Biafran country unless a Southern president is allowed to rule in 2023. The Southwest is saying that it must produce a president in 2023, or otherwise there will be no justice and peace. Another separatist movement emerged from the Southwest by a person called Sunday Igboho. And in the South too, the leaders are ganging off, and the 17 Southern governors are saying that the South must produce the governor, while the North or Northern politicians are saying that it is unconstitutional and illegal from the law. So let the contest for the presidency in 2023 be open up for all interested parties to come and contest, whether from the North or South, whether Muslims or Christians, whether from any ethnic group. So the issue now is the many scholars, and this paper also holds a position that this power sharing and zoning is a strategic provision by the Nigerian state, which has succeeded in maintaining the Nigerian democracy and the Nigerian state for successful 22 years. And many scholars overlooked that aspect, particularly the R.L. Lichford constitutional democratic theory, or democracy in plural states, where it is stated that one of the ways in which plural states or countries that have multi-ethnic and complex religious and regional section should only maintain their democracy and should always maintain unity by power sharing and zoning, as in the case of Netherlands, in the case of Austria, in the case of Switzerland, and so many other countries that authors are presenting. But this study feels the constitutional democratic theory or democracy in plural societies overlook the Nigerian context, which is a very important situation and a very important area of application of democracy in plural societies or constitutional democracy. So it is important to understand that in the Nigerian context, there are two perspectives of power sharing and zoning. One is legal, as we mentioned, the provision of the office of the senators, House of Representatives, ministers, and civil servants provided by the Constitution to be shared across all the 36 states and the FCT. But there is the one that is unconstitutional, that is illegal, but in principle is important and is strategic in maintaining Nigerian political system. That is power sharing and zoning, because if power is not shared and there is no zoning of political offices among the Nigerian geopolitical zones, definitely there will be violence, there will be possibly a military coup and other separatist movement that may likely lead to issues which will either collapse the country or destabilize the country. So the scholars are saying Nigerian system is an important role model for other states that are having the same societal structure with that of Nigeria also to copy in order to be able to sustain their own democratic system. But at the same time, the other aspect of it is that this power sharing and zoning is affecting integrity, credibility, and is also affecting the performance of leaders in the Nigerian political arena because, for example, in 2007, President Yar'Adua was allowed to contest and became the president under the platform of power sharing and zoning. But many believe that he could not be the best candidate because, first of all, he is suffering from terminal illness. And apart from that, the performance level when he was the state governor is not appreciable enough to qualify him for the seat of the presidency. But still, the ruling party at that time, the PDP, insisted that Yar'Adua has less corruption allegation issues, so therefore he should be the ideal candidate. And also Goodluck Jonathan was allowed to become the president only because the South must rule at that time. They feel it's an opportunity, but he may not likely be the best alternative or the candidate. So in as much as power sharing and zoning is important in maintaining Nigerian democracy, also in sustaining democratic stability and political stability,
Mr. Babayo,
it also has its own problems.
2 minutes remain.
Okay, thank you very much. I think with the little I say, I will say the major practical policy contribution of the paper is, first of all, it has drawn the attention of researchers across the world that Nigeria is a good example of a theoretical application of democracy in plural societies, and that the power sharing and zoning formula of Nigeria, although not provided in the constitution or the constitution of the parties, is a very good stabilizer and a shock absorber for maintaining peace and stability in a political system for all countries that have similar diverse religious, ethnic, and regional composition like that of Nigeria. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the organizers for such a wonderful, high technical session and also for giving us the opportunity to interact with global scholars and rub our mind. We really appreciate and we really praise. May Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless the organizers and the university and Indonesia in general. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your nice presentations regarding the power sharing and zoning formula in managing the diversity in the Nigerian perspective. So is there any questions from the participants or presenters and maybe invited guests to this topic? If yes, you can write your questions down into the chat box. Do not forget to identify yourself and your affiliations. Or if you wanted to ask directly to Mr. Babaye Sule and his team, you can also use the features of raise hand. Then the committee will recognize you. Then we will offer the microphone. So, is there any questions? I think we're still waiting for the person. Maybe they still writing in the chat box. But maybe we're still waiting. I think I would like to start or proceed to ask the questions to you, Mr. Babayo. As you mentioned that the power sharing as one of the concepts, right, to managing the diversity in the Nigerian. So how to ensure that the power sharing or the zoning formula can also be fair for the minority group? How to ensure that the minority group also get the fair trials or fair treatment from the government itself?
Thank you very much, Prof. There are two ways in which the minority groups are taken care of in the power sharing and zoning formula. Number one is, as I mentioned, constitutional. For example, the Nigerian Senate consists of 109 members. Each state will present 3 members irrespective of the population. Some states or some minority groups have only 1 state. For example, if you come to, there is one ethnic group called Kanuri in Nigeria. They only have 2 states, Borno State and Yobe State, and each of these 3 states is given 3 senators alike. And also a majority state like Kano with a population of 22 million is also giving 3 senators. Lagos State with a population of 20 million is also giving senators. So in the National Assembly, the minority is taken care of by giving equal representation for all the Senate, which is the highest law-making decision body. But in the House of Representatives, the minority too are given an opportunity, because you will find in one state, for example, there are about 3 or 5 major ethnic groups. So the seat of the members' House of Representatives are allocated based on local government. So each of the ethnic group will have an opportunity to present at least 1 from their own state. And also, no state, no matter how small it is, must be given a seat of a minister, a federal minister at least. And apart from that, on the other aspect, when it comes to the issue of employment, for example, sometimes the Federal Character Commission used to scrutinize and make sure that all state and all the ethnic groups are also presented as it is in such a way that each local government, for example, will be giving some vacancies based on the population. For example, a local government with a population of 500,000 will be giving like 50 vacancies, while a local government with a population of just 100,000 will be giving 100 vacancy. And so because of that, if you go to the Nigerian civil service, you will discover that all the ethnic groups, including the minority and the majority, are also equal, are also represented, but it cannot be equal, because there are some ethnic groups like Hausa Fulani, for example, Yoruba and Igbo, which have many states. For example, Hausa Fulani have about 15 states in Nigeria, so they will have more number in the civil service and in the Senate and in the House of Reps, but at least the minorities too are taken care of. And when it comes to the issue of a unconstitutional or power sharing based on principle and zoning, sometimes the minority too are considered. For example, from 2007 to 2015, a minority from one ethnic group in just one state is allowed to become the Senate president, and also the Speaker House of Representatives from 2015 to 2019 is from a very small ethnic group, which has members in only 1 local government out of 776. So the elite are always taking care of that, and they always consider that they must consider all the groups and they carry them along. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think it is the second and the last questions for you before we jump to the second presenters. In the chat box from Gilah SM Masum, they ask you regarding can the Nigerian court nullify any law passed by the Senate?
Thank you very much. Yes, the Nigerian court can nullify a law that is passed by the Senate, provided the law contradict the provision of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution. For example, between 2015 to 2019, the Senate wanted to pass a law on the restriction of the use of social media, but before then, the Nigerian Senate has passed a law on what they call Freedom of Information Bill. That Freedom of Information Bill guarantees for freedom of association, freedom of speech, and also the right to demand for information from the Nigerian government. So some of the lawyers, activists in Nigeria, like Femi Falana, San, they took the case to the court that the Nigerian government is trying to gag off freedom of speech, so such law should not be allowed to pass. And then the Supreme Court in Nigeria, which is the highest court, now delivered a verdict, and the judgment indicates that the Senate has no powers to pass such law because it is against the freedom of speech, which is provided in Section 16 of the Nigerian 99 Constitution, and also the Freedom of Information Bill. So there is that possibility, provided such a bill that the Senate is trying to pass or has passed is against the law. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your nice explanation and answer regarding the questions from the participants. So we go to the second presenters. The paper title is Integration Policy for Rohingya Asylum Seeker to guarantee the Rohingya freedom of religion in Indonesia as the non-immigrant state. There are three presenters, which are Khairul Azmi Mokhtar from International Islamic University of Malaysia. Second, Rahmi Nawati from Universitas Pajajaran. And the last one is Hani Adayani from the Constitutional Court of Republic Indonesia. Before I offer the microphone and also the share screen to three of you, I think I have the ability to give the short biography or curriculum vitae of the presenters. First, Dr. Khairul Azmi Mokhtar is the senior law lecturer at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. His LLB and Master of Comparative Law degree. He also awarded as the PhD in law from Aberdeen University, Wales, United Kingdom. He teaches undergraduate and postgraduate courses in various subjects, for example, constitutional law, administrative law, and so on and so forth. Rahma Niwati is a lecturer and also researcher at the International Law Department, Faculty of Law, Universitas Pajajaran, Bandung. She got her bachelor degree from UNPAD in 2003, her Master of Art in the European Law and Policy from the University of Portsmouth, United Kingdom in 2009, and she is participated in the High Academy of International in The Hague. And the last presenter from the second paper is Hani Adayani, a substitute registrar, Constitutional Court of Republic Indonesia. He is also the PhD candidate at Ahmad Ibrahim School of Law, International Islamic University of Malaysia. To Pak Khairul, Bu Rahmi Nawati, and also Hani Adayani, the microphone and also the share screen to you.
Yes, hello, Pak Ari.
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, so do I also have an access to share screen?
I think yes, you can use the share screen. Your presentation time is 20 minutes ahead, so then we have 10 minutes for the Q&A.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, on behalf of Professor Haider Azmin and also my colleague Hani Adhani, who are unable to attend today, I would like to say thank you to the committee for giving us an opportunity to present our draft research paper. Our apologize for not finishing the paper in due time, but hopefully I will have many feedback in this forum to enrich the paper. Our research is about the integration policy for Rohingya asylum seeker to guarantee the Rohingya freedom of religion in Indonesia as a non-immigrant state. I knew that the research on Rohingya issues are quite massive, but the research on Rohingya integration policy from religions freedom lenses are a bit rare. So the outcome of the research is not only provide an alternative solution to the problem, but also will enrich the academic discourses on the issue. The UN Independent International Fact-Finding Mission on Myanmar has found that Rohingya is an ethnic and religious minority group in Myanmar, since the vast majority of Rohingya are Muslims in a minority Buddhist country. So as minority, Amnesty International found out that the Rohingya freedom of religion and belief has been violated in many forms. For example, religious teaching in mosque and madrasa is restricted, and there have been restriction also on Muslim communities from praying and observing the religious practices, including bans on Eid celebration and so on and so forth. And in 2017, they estimated that 116,000 Rohingya were beaten, and then 36,000 were thrown into the fires. The military operation displaced a large number of people and created a refugee crisis all over countries. What has happened to Rohingya actually can be considered as a religious-based genocide, although Myanmar resistantly to deny it. But the fact that Rohingya are Muslim is important for their future solution wherever they are now reside. And if we see the ICJ's order on Gambia and Myanmar case contains no explicit or direct reference to serious violation of Rohingya's freedom of religion or belief. However, academician and international organization, including the ICCPR committee, have documented that there are such abuses. By acknowledging that the Rohingya can be protected group under the Genocide Convention, as in the ICJ's order, actually the ICJ has supported Rohingya self-identification. Moreover, there is a potential for judicial recognitions of Rohingya as religious or ethno-religious group at the merit stage. So we have to wait for this. Their identification as a Muslim is important and must take into account in any kind of solution that will be made for them. So for example, the Rohingya have also sought refuge in Indonesia, although number of refugees remain relatively small compared to other countries. Clearly that Indonesian policy is actually want to return back Rohingya to their land. A repatriation policy has been made there, but the question is, does this policy protect them? Does this policy protect their freedom of religion and belief? So in today's presentation, I will try to seek to what extent the Constitution of Indonesia grants the Rohingya refugees the rights to integrate with locals in order to allow them to exercise freedom of religion. It will also assess the existing law and policy relating to the asylum seeker, especially in handling Rohingya refugees by focusing on matters pertaining the religious freedom. Now, the questions is, why does integration a better option for Rohingya who already reside in Indonesia, especially in temporary shelter in Aceh? So Rohingya crisis is getting from bad to worse due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the coup d'etat in Myanmar. So the decision of the ICJ on the Gambia and Myanmar case did not contribute effectively to solve the crisis, especially on the idea of repatriation to the Rakhine states. However, I have identified that at least there are three options for Rohingya refugee crisis to solve. The first is repatriation to Myanmar. The second is resettlement to the third countries. And then the third is the reintegration in the current temporary shelter. Could be in Indonesia, in Malaysia, or in Bangladesh. But now we will focus on the Rohingya who reside in Indonesia. In Indonesia, Rohingya remain in their temporary shelter supported by Indonesian government, IOM, dan also UNHCR. It seems that there is no foreseeable comprehensive solution actually to this issue. However, effort to settle the Rohingya crisis progressively and impactful by many actors must not be stopped. And at the same time, Indonesia must ensure the Rohingya people who are already in their territory obtaining their fundamental rights, including the rights or the freedom of religion and belief. So considering that the religion is one of the factors that brings many violations to Rohingya that has already explained before, what will happen? The question is, what will happen if Indonesia return back Rohingya to Myanmar, a repatriation policy? Or what will happen if Indonesia send them to the third countries, for example, to a non-Muslim, a resettlement policy? Do you think that they can freely practice their religion and belief as a Muslim as there are in Indonesia? So many commentators, some scholars, and also many research suggest to really careful to take the action whether repatriate or resettlement or reintegrate Rohingya in the solution. The ultimate aim is still for Rohingya to return to their home in Myanmar, but the immediate aim should be ensure the safety and well-being of Rohingya, including the freedom of religion and belief as a fundamental rights. So now, the integration of asylum seeker, a guaranteed freedom of religion for Indonesia. Indonesia actually rescued in total of almost 400 Rohingya refugees who are stranded in cramped boats at sea on the basis of humanitarian issues with full support from the local community. So actually it is the local community who welcome the Rohingya at the front. So the first group of refugees was rescued by local fishermen in Aceh province, and the rest arrived afterwards. Countless others have arrived and left Indonesia over the years. The Rohingya are currently stay at a shelter, a temporary shelter, and the Indonesian Foreign Ministry is coordinating with security forces, the Aceh Provincial Administration, as well as the international, as well as with the IOM and the UNHCR on accommodating and feeding all Rohingya. So although Indonesian immigration law consider them as an illegal person, the local government with support of the community, allowing them to work, allowing them to integrate with the local. And some Rohingya kids can also go to school. And if we find out more, you may see many videos so that they have a happy life in their new place in Aceh, in Indonesia, because they can practice their religion and believe as a Muslim. However, since they are not legal, and there is also an issue of lacking of financial support, especially from local government. So the Indonesian government decide to take a repatriation policy instead of any other policy. So the question is, does this policy in breach of fundamental rights of Rohingya, especially their freedom of religion and belief? Why then Indonesia must protect freedom of religion and belief of Indonesia? So freedom of religion and belief is a fundamental human rights of all persons, including Rohingya. So if Indonesia will do the repatriation policy, Indonesia have to make sure that they can also practice their religion and belief in their home country or in other countries. But unfortunately, as I said, I don't think they can be as safe as in Indonesia. So in our view, Indonesia must the religion freedom of the Rohingya by letting them integrate with the local, especially in this pandemic situation. And then why Indonesia have to take this action, although Indonesia is a non-immigrant state? First, because Indonesia has an obligation under many international human rights treaties. And then despite that, as in the title of the paper, there is also a mandate of Indonesia Constitution, Undang-Undang Dasar 1945. So Indonesia's amended 1945 Constitution guarantees the right to obtain political asylum from another country, together with freedom for torture and also from other fundamental human rights violation. In contrast, the Indonesian government's attitude to allowing asylum seekers and refugees to enter and live in the territory is conceptualized as merely humanitarian assistance, as has been oftenly said by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, reflecting a politicized humanitarian approach. Such humanitarianisms can be defined as a protection that is given an exercise of the state's discretion rather than on the basis of a constitutional rights. So humanitarianism is enshrined in several key Indonesian legislative and policy instruments, including the latest refugee regulation, such that are Peraturan Presiden number 125 2016 on the handling of foreign refugees. So I would say that I don't think the repatriation policy will be taken immediately by the government. Is consistent with the constitutional mandate to protect fundamental rights of Rohingya. So Indonesian Constitution grants the Rohingya refugees the right the right to integrate actually with the local in order to allow them to exercise their freedom of religion and belief. Because if they repatriate to their home country or to other other countries, we never know what will happen to them. And in this regards, the court in Indonesia, with particular reference to the Constitutional Court, has significant role in ensuring that freedom of religion for Rohingya asylum seeker is protected. So we will actually see and have some interview with a constitutional court official, but not yet done to some reasons. So I hope it will soon be enacted. And the basic principle of Indonesia as a non-immigrant state actually have long been adopted by law number 62 1958 on citizenship and law number 9 1992 on immigration. And both of the said laws were amended in 2006 and in 2011 respectively. In legislation related to citizenship, in the principle of non-immigrant state is reflected in the setting of Ius Sanguinis principle in acquiring Indonesian citizenship status, with a few exceptions based on the Ius Soli principle for alien children to avoid statelessness and a limited dual citizenship for children from mixed marriage. So referring to what has been said by Professor Bagir Manan, that principle does not confer the right of immigrants to become citizens. So although the provision encourage the alien resident to settle in Indonesia over a long-term period, the legislation continues to reflect selective policy principle in receiving and treating foreigners, which means that only foreigners who provide benefits and do not jeopardize the security and public order will be allowed to enter and remain in Indonesia territory. So the only provision on the immigration law which allows asylum seeker to enter Indonesia without having to meet the requirement immigrant state has been guaranteed in Indonesian constitution, and therefore Indonesia have to consider the repatriation policy. And the third is law and regulation concerning this issue must be reviewed. I know that these findings and conclusions are too early since the research is still ongoing. But with that statement, I have to close my presentation, and I would be very glad of having your comments and feedbacks to improve this draft paper. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the presentations made by Bu Rahmi Nawati regarding the issue of the integration policy and the asylum seeker vis-a-vis the Rohingya refugees in the Indonesian legal perspective. So is there any questions from the participant, presenters, or another people in this room? If yes, you can write your question down into the chat box, or you can use also the feature of the raise hand so we can recognize you, then offer the microphone to you. Maybe we waiting for the participant who wanna ask ya, Bu.
Okay.
But maybe sambil menunggu, I think I would like to begin to ask you regarding your presentations. Maybe it's quite beyond of your presentations, but I just wondering about the role of the ACHAR, Asian Intergovernmental Commission on the Human Rights, in looking for the issues, because it is also the issue that happened in the Asian country, Southeast Asian countries, and we know that the Myanmar also is the member of the ASEAN itself. So how the ACHAR, ACHAR role, in these occasions.
So if we talk about the ACHAR, so I don't think that ACHAR has legal rule to rule on this issue, or even to rule on other human rights issue within the Southeast Asian region. So unfortunately, so we do hope in the near future, the ACHAR will provide more powerful mechanisms to settle all human rights issues, including this issue. So responding to Rohingya refugee crisis, I don't think the HR have enough effort to settle, because if I'm not mistaken, it is not the HR the one who has an obligation to settle the issue, but there is a body called humanitarian. I forgot the name, but there is a body under the ASEAN. It's a temporary body created by the ASEAN summit to engage to settle the crisis. So it is not the HR. So the HR remain silent because they have they are powerless. They don't have any mandate to settle the case and then to protect many fundamental human rights of Rohingya. Yeah, that's in my view.
Okay, thank you so much for the response. I think one question from F not read left in the chat box. They ask you, how could South Asian countries facilitate the repatriation process of Rohingya? Do you think that the South Asian countries can contribute to solve these problems?
ASEAN countries supposed to contribute to solve this problem, because the problem is on themselves. It is a problem not only of Rohingya in Rakhine State, but it is a problem of almost all ASEAN states. So if the question is how could ASEAN countries facilitate the repatriation process of Rohingya, in my opinion, we have to make sure that there is that the home country, in this case Myanmar, will accept Rohingya, and then furthermore they will recognize that Rohingya are Muslim minority in their countries, and Rohingya is their citizen, so they are protected under the constitution and law of Myanmar. But I don't think it will happen soon. So the only ASEAN countries can do is only to lobby other ASEAN countries to come to agree on one solution. Yeah, it is quite it's always quite difficult to answer clearly the policy that has to be taken by the ASEAN countries in many cases. Yeah, but yeah, at least we have to make sure that they will safely return back to their home country if repatriation process chosen by all or chosen by ASEAN or by other by ASEAN countries, each individual countries.
Okay, I think another question from
FNAT.
Yeah, another questions from Filza. They just already used the raise hand button to ask you directly. So I offer the microphone to Filza Afianti.
Thank you so much, Ibu Rahmirawati, for your paper. I find it really interesting that you try to connect the immigration status or the immigration issue of Rohingya as refugees with the constitutional rights of having freedom of religion. What I want to ask is, I don't know if this is like a question or more like a comment, but I find it, I find that the immigration regime of Indonesia, the way that we are not that accepting towards refugees, is actually reflecting the hostility that is coming from the people of Indonesia towards refugees. Like, we can find a lot of cases where refugees, not only the Rohingya, but other refugees from other countries who have lived here not only for just 1 year or 2 years, but like for a long time. They might even have like second generation over here, and we find a lot of cases where there are like conflicts between them and the communities nearby, and how they just don't accept them. In a lot of other cases, they even try to block their settlements, and it also means that they try to block like the emergency relief that they're supposed to get from IOM or like other UN organizations. So I understand that your paper is trying to justify that integration is the best policy, but I want to ask, how do you think that it's going to be feasible, knowing that this is the status quo, the current status quo? How do you think that this can be the action that government of Indonesia will make, maybe in the future or in the immediate future? Thank you.
What do you say is actually what we see in the future as well, but of course we offer the integration policy is the better.
Single author, Nabila Akhtar from South Asia University, India. His paper is about constitutionalizations of international law, a comparative analysis between Bangladesh and India. Nabila Akhtar is an independent researcher currently working as an associate at Rahmat Chambers. She has completed LLM in the international law from South Asia University, New Delhi, India, and LLB from Daffodil International University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Her publication was Statelessness from the View of Hannah Arendt to Present International Law in the Voice of International Affairs. So without further ado, I offer the microphone to Ms. Nabila Akhtar for the 20 minutes ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, and your slide is already.
Thank you very much. I am Nabila Akhtar from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and it's a real pleasure to present here my paper in the Symposium on Constitutionalism and Public Law, Global South Perspective. The title of my paper is Constitutionalization of International Law, a comparative analysis between Bangladesh and India. This is basically a comparative analysis on applying international law to protect human rights in domestic courts of Bangladesh and India. In the year 1996, it was declared for the Commonwealth judges in Georgetown, Guyana, that I quote, "It is the vital duty of an independent and well-qualified judiciary to apply national constitutions and develop the common law in the light of the values and principles enshrined in the international human rights instruments and their developing jurisprudence." Unquote. Now, I have quoted this because my paper is dedicated to analyzing the progress of constitutionalization of international law by applying international human rights law international human rights law principles and its compliance with the judiciary of Bangladesh and India. Now, my paper concentrates on comparative analysis between the practice of Bangladesh and India because the content in the field of comparative constitutional law has remained remarkably underexplored and under-theorized. Especially when it comes to the case of South Asian nations, the study is even more limited. Constitution of South Asian nations reflect on the aspiration of mankind and on the aspiration of people for freedom and self-governance with constitutional democracy. We know that within a liberal democratic constitutional order, the central preoccupation of constitutionalism is the relationship between human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and judicial rule. Undoubtedly, the political dimension is necessary to understand the relevance of constitutional law in a state. The contents of present constitutional law are becoming more international in various ways because national constitutions have to deal with international and transnational questions being influenced by other constitutions in their history. Conversely, international law has progressed from a law of coordination between states to a law of cooperation, reaching far into the realm of traditional domestic concerns. Now, constitutionalization of international law. Constitutionalization of international law can be labeled as a project that is constitutionalization of international law can be labeled as a project that is being designed but yet to be accomplished, or a phenomenon that already exists and only being described. South Asian nations, being part of the larger global South, have had some difficulty in maintaining their independence of their constitution because they have come out of the colonial regimes or colonial-backed autocratic regimes. Both Bangladesh and India follow dualistic legal tradition, and they are constitutionally committed to respect international law in their various state affairs. Both states have ratified almost all the core international human rights instruments for protecting and promoting human rights. However, human rights violations are still a big concern in various forms there. The Supreme Court of both the states has utilized the provisions and principles of international instruments in many cases to aid the interpretation of the Constitution and ordinary laws, which I argue in my paper as a progress towards constitutionalization of international law. For that purpose, I would like to brief on the concept of constitutionalization of international law at first. In a general sense, constitutionalization is a process of identifying the constitutional trends and challenges. One of the features of this trend is the incorporation of international human rights in the domestic constitution, often making rights guaranteed by the domestic constitution identical with rights entailed in international human rights treaties that are the global triumph of rights-based discourse. It is without any doubt that human rights has decreased the traditional divide between international law and municipal law. However, incorporating international law into municipal system is a significant challenge because these two legal orders differ due to their standard and conflicting features. Also, implementation of international law cannot take place without the effort of states at both the international and their domestic levels. As a result, the intensity of international legal and factual links relevant for national constitutional law demands a view abroad in constitutional legal understanding and the debate on the constitutionalization of international law, because it ultimately depends on the national constitution of the state, whether and how particular international treaties and the outcome of these networks enter into domestic legal system and also their position in those systems. At the same time, the role of the judiciary in the interpretation and application of statutes enabling the implementation of treaties is equally important because citing international law in national cases bolsters domestic democratic process and reclaims national sovereignty from the diverse forces of globalization. It is also essential to define the ongoing process of globalization of law and governance, as national case law creates more international links because of globalization, whereas international case law of international courts becomes more relevant for national cases. Bangladesh and India are two South Asian nations with two different constitutional cultures. They also differ in ways to give effect to international law. The constitutions of both the states contain several provisions indicating their readiness in principle to submit to general international law. Both the constitution incorporate a long list of fundamental rights. As I have already mentioned, Bangladesh and India have ratified most of the core international human rights instruments, several of which remained unincorporated within national laws. This particular situation is leaving their position unclear regarding the domestic application of international law. The Indian Supreme Court has developed Bangladeshi Supreme Court has modestly embraced over the years from its inception. Domestic courts of India are using international law through broad interpretations coupled with domestic constitutional and legal provisions. Conversely, the approach of Bangladeshi courts towards international law is far from a monolithic connotation and deserves critical reflection. To that end, I have analyzed the provision of the constitutions of these two states on international law, along with their existing case laws and legal literatures, to answer the following questions. Number one, what is the doctrine and practice of Bangladesh and India while engaging with international law? Number two, what is their constitutional allocation of powers concerning engagement with international law? Number three, what are their judicial approaches to engaging with international law? And the last one is, should courts have recourse to comparative and international law in constitutional interpretation? And if so, how? First of all, I have discussed in my paper the status of international law in the municipal system of Bangladesh and India. We know that whenever the question of the relationship between domestic legal order and international law arises, it is conventional to identify whether the concerned domestic jurisdiction follows the monist or the dualist model. This classification helps to indicate the nature of the relationship between domestic and international legal regimes. However, it is often more complex than what the framework can meaningfully inform. The constitutions of Bangladesh and India are both autochthonous in nature. Indian constitution has been the only one to survive various onslaughts without a break in the application, with almost 100 of constitutional amendments, whereas Bangladesh has endured several phases of constitutional suspension or repeal. Both the states give effect to international law by accepting international treaties, practicing international customs, and following general principles of international law. In the year 1971, Bangladesh emerged as a new member of the international society with a notable presence at the international stage and involved in various international law issues like right to self-determination, genocide and crimes against humanity, citizenship, state boundaries, and natural resources. After securing statehood and recognition by the international community, primarily through the attainment of the membership of the United Nations in 1974, to the development of international law in some areas. Bangladesh is a country with dualistic common law tradition. It has ratified and executed 8 core international human rights treaties and other human rights treaties. However, the general practice of ours is that unless and until it is incorporated into domestic legislation, treaties are not automatically part of the municipal laws of Bangladesh. Additionally, the judges and lawyers of the domestic courts of Bangladesh rarely hold any bold attitude or approach to apply the principles and provisions of international law. The Constitution contains provisions in the preamble, Article 25 and Article 145, indicating its readiness in principle to supplement with international law. Bangladesh has been consistently practicing with precise reference to 3 principles: non-alignment, multilateralism, and third world resistance. While Article 25 refers to the applicability of customary international law, adoption and codification of international treaties are laid down in Article 145A, where the President of Bangladesh is conferred the power to enter into treaties with foreign nations who shall cause them to be laid before the Parliament. Therefore, making a treaty is an executive act in Bangladesh, and approval of the Parliament is not necessary for its validity. At the same time, India, being a traditionally dualist country, has been a major contributor to the field of international law. The Indian Constitution was adopted on 26 November 1950. Its constitutional framework provided a flexible basis for the application and use of international law due to the socio-political context of India as a developing country. India determines the proper incorporation procedure of international law by articulating provisions in Article 51, Article 246 and 253 of its constitution. Article 51 is a general provision promoting international peace and security. followed by the Indian commitment to maintain just and honorable relations between nations. It mixes up the promotion of international peace and security as foreign policy goals and elements of international law. The Constitution provides an implementation mechanism through Article 253 that vests the power to make laws implementing international instruments in the Parliament, to which India becomes a party. Article 253 should be read along with Article 73, which says Union Executive can act on all matters even in the absence of legislation. In Article 246, this legislative power is specified through three different lists, namely Union List, State List, and Concurrent List. And this outlines the areas of their respective dominance. The application of international law by the courts of Bangladesh and India is influenced by adhering legal tradition, constitutional provisions on international law, and degree of receptiveness of its judges towards international law. Here, the question is not about the supremacy of international law over national law, but of coexistence and coordination of the both. In this part, I have summarized several court cases from both the states, jurisdiction, where different international instruments on human rights were mentioned or applied. Here, at first, you can see the list of cases from Bangladesh jurisdiction. Here, a lot of cases have been I have analyzed. Here, what I have found in the judgment of these cases is that in the case of gaps at the domestic level, the court may recourse to international law and explicitly use international human rights law to fill up the gaps or cover up deficiencies to the domestic law or to control executive discretion. I have also found that the approach of the Bangladeshi court has been positively shifting towards judicial incorporation, which could be argued as moving towards constitutionalization of international law. On the other hand, India's engagement with international law indicates a much needed openness to a progressive body of norms, particularly international human rights. Here, a survey on some cases of Indian judiciary indicates the active role being played by the higher judiciary in implementing India's international law obligations that is not quite up to the mark in the case of Bangladesh. So in conclusion, I would like to remark that our own stories of international law have been of suffering, solidarity, resilience, resistance, and success from the global south. As a process of constitutionalization, the reconstruction of the current evolution of international law necessitates the global south countries to find a constructive and beneficial way to engage with international law. This comparative study aims to provide a basis for critical comparison between the legal systems to consider approaches from these two countries to reach an improved normative understanding. Indian courts have largely succeeded in opening new windows to welcome international legal norms through creative interpretative techniques, aligning them with fundamental rights. The Indian Supreme Court appeared to be more comfortable while applying international legal norms in the absence of clear domestic law on the subject. Through judicial activism, the Indian judiciary fills up the gaps in India's municipal law and international law, thereby progressing towards constitutionalization of international law in India, which has not been the case with Bangladesh. This strategic judicial activism can be defined as constitutionalization of international law in the municipal system, which could be a better approach for the judges to apply international law into the domestic arena and to interpret domestic law coming out from the strict orthodox dualist approach in line with the development at the international level. Strengthen substantive and procedural human rights guarantees against acts by states would represent a further constitutionalization of international law. In order to expedite the progress of constitutionalization of international law, courts of Bangladesh are required to review more the text and interpretations of international instruments, for example, treaties, conventions, and declarations in their decision. The judiciary should be more responsible for facilitating action in implementing treaties, the functions of treaty making and treaty legislation being constitutionally approved functions. Thank you very much. That was all from my part.
Okay, thank you so much for the intriguing topic today. It is about the relation between the international law and also the domestic or national law. So is there any questions from the presenters, participants, invited guests, or maybe organizers regarding this topic? You can also write your questions down into the chat box or by using the picture of raise hand. We wait for the questions, Mbak Nabila, after. Is there any questions from the participants? We are still waiting the questions from the participants or another presenters. If there is no question or maybe we're still waiting, I will begin to ask to Mrs. Nabila Actors. As you mentioned that it's not, if I'm not mistaken, in your presentations that you say it's not about the constitutionalism supremacy or international law supremacy, but how then the Bangladesh legal system or Indian legal system to deal when there is conflicting norm between the international law and the constitution law. Does the Supreme Court of India or Bangladesh has the jurisdictions to challenge or to contest the conflicting norm between the international law and the domestic law or the constitution itself? Can you give us the elaborations or the explanations regarding this?
Yes, of course. Actually, Bangladesh and India both are dualist, traditionally dualist country. So, if in the domestic level, when a case arises on issues of international law, the court cannot directly apply international law if it conflicts with any of its domestic laws. And constitutional law is supreme in both these countries. And also statutes will prevail over international law. So if there is any conflict in international in applying international principles or any international norms, then the court are not allowed to apply these norms or principles in their cases.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions, guys, from another participants, presenters? No, we're still waiting. Okay, before we jump into the last speaker, the fourth presenter, I think it is the last questions from me that I just wondering why then your research topic or your paper making the comparisons between Bangladesh and India. What is the similar things or the interesting things to compare between the Bangladesh and the Indian constitutions in terms of the constitutionalisms of international law?
Sure. The Indian courts has been progressive towards adopting international law into their system more than in Bangladesh. So from the inception of Bangladesh in 1971, the Supreme Court has been following the court cases of India because for several reasons they are similar as a dualist country and many other reasons also. The Indian Supreme Court has been very active, judicially very active to apply international law and to incorporate international law, even those are not incorporated into the domestic law of Bangladesh. In domestic law of India. By analyzing the court cases, I have found that Indian courts have been very progressively approaching towards constitutionalization of international law by interpreting the international human rights norms, basically in their cases. And in some cases, they have also used treaties and international instruments which are not incorporated in India, which has not been the case in Bangladesh. So that's why I have compared these two legal systems, and I have found the results.
Okay, thank you for your explanations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the participants and presenters, let's move to the last presenter, Bhumika Sharma and Nikita Dovhal from Jaguar School of Law, India, and also Ruchi Ramesh Sharma from Raskya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, India. Their paper is about majoritarian nationalisms and violation of human rights in South Asia. But before I offer the microphone, I'll give you some clue who they are. Bhumika Sharma is an assistant professor at the Jagran School of Law, Dehradun, India. Nikita Dovhal is also the researcher scholar at the Jagran School of Law, Dehradun, India. And the last one, Ruchi Ramesh Sharma, is an associate professor at Raskya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shimla, India. I offer the microphone and the share screen. 20 minutes ahead is yours.
Good evening. Whether this screen is visible?
Yes, I can see your PPT or slide.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity for presenting the paper. I would like to start the paper, The Majoritarian Nationalism and Violation of Human Rights in South Asia. As we are increasingly hearing cases of human rights violation in various countries of South Asia, so we have taken this particular topic. What is majoritarian nationalism? The world comprises of more than 2,000 nations, which have been accommodated into around 193 states. These nations denote common culture and religion. Thus, most states are multinational and multicultural. Majoritarianism commonly refers to the idea that pre-existing ethnic, racial, or religious minorities have a natural right to dominate a certain political entity. The term nationalism was first used in 18th century as a common way to define and promote a nation according to ethnographic principles. The French and American revolutions sparked a new age of nationalism, promoted a unified nation and capitalism. Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler exhibited majoritarian nationalism. It is also sometimes called religious nationalism. It may be considered as an inevitable result of evolution in the phase of history in Europe with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. It marked the end of a violent Protestant Catholic religious war and set the scene for emergence of the nation state. Indian historian Mukul Kesavan describes the trend in South Asia towards majoritarian nationalism as sad and natural outcome of the awkward struggle to build nation states. Flaw in this particular philosophy moving towards majoritarian nationalism. Since most states are multicultural and multinational, the idea that my state is authoritarian in nature. International experience also shows us that diversity will be best managed when adopted through democratic pluralism. This concept asserts the superiority of the majority community and its dominance over the minorities. A state practicing majoritarian nationalism ends up alienating several sections of the population and fomenting strife because it fails to uphold the individual rights, the legal equality between all citizens, and intellectual and political choices that are innate in a democratic nation. The majoritarian nation state also violates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which highlights the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. We can have a look at which countries mainly comprises South Asia. India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, and Maldives. What is so peculiar and unique about South Asia? It is its diversity. South Asia is a region known for its diversity. It is the pluralism of the region. Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism all have roots in South Asia. Even the Parsis came to India in the early 8th century from Persia. The first interaction between Muslims and non-Muslims in South Asia took place through trade. The presence of Islam was also strongly shaped by the military campaigns that first brought large numbers of Muslims into the region. Peaceful coexistence of diverse ethnic, religious, and linguistic groups has historically been the hallmark of South Asian culture. Now moving towards the aspect of human rights and what are the international instruments relating to this. Article 18 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes the freedom to change religion, belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others, in public or private, to manifest religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, or observance. Similarly, Article 27 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights states that in those states in which ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with the other members of their group to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. Now, going towards the trend of human rights violation. Linguistic and religious differences are two main reasons for the division among the people of South Asia. 3 countries fall under the different categories as per the US Commission on International Religious Freedom Report 2020. The first category is the country of particular concern, in which India is there, and in countries of in other countries also include Afghanistan. Religious minorities are at most high risk of violent attacks, hate speech, and intimidation, as per the report of South Asia Collective. Religion is the key component of political oppression in Afghanistan and Indonesia. Bangladesh, Malaysia, Pakistan, Nepal, it is the assertion of national identity. In India, the extreme Hinduizing of the national identities sometimes denies the secular state constitution. In these and other cases, there are threatening implications for religious minorities, for civil society and human rights in general, as per Amnesty International report of 2005. Even then, after all these years after passing of 2005, the condition of human rights violation has increased. Firstly, coming to India. As per Indian constitutional, there is secularism in the preamble, there is equality irrespective of difference of religion under the fundamental rights, and Article 25 and 29 specifically deal with the rights of minorities. Sadly, there are instances which show violation of the rights of minorities. First, allotted land for the Shri Krishna Mandir, a Hindu temple, but later campaign were run against it. In 2020, a revered Sikh shrine in Nanka Sahib, the birthplace of Guru Nanak, was attacked by a mob. Similar instances were noticed against the members of Christianity and other minority religions. In Afghanistan, Article 6 talks about the freedom, and contrary to this, in 2020, a terrorist attack in a maternity clinic run by Doctors Without Borders took place. In 2018, there was a Taliban attack on NATO convoy. 2018, a car bomb was disguised. And in 2012, the Karzai government forced the Afghanistan Human Rights Commission not to publish detail of the 30 years of war crimes. Moving to Maldives. The constitution designates Islam as the state religion, and non-Muslims are not allowed to obtain citizenship there. As per the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, controls all the matters related to religion and religious belief there, and imams have to take government permission for conducting Friday prayers. They are penal for criminalizing criticism of Islam. According to the law, a person who commits the offense of criticizing Islam by engaging in a religious oration or criticism of Islamic belief These were the various instances of human rights violation in various countries of South Asia. Now, conclusions of the paper. The political leadership is a major factor in any country to determine the policies and laws. The should not be a ground to blame the country as a whole for its discriminatory policies. There is a need to understand that embracing humanity is the basic norm of life. The presence of people in power indulged in a wave of promoting own religion at the cost of harming the minorities in that country shall not decide how the citizens of the country feel for each other. Average masses want to live peacefully without any real interest who is really ruling the country. Their prime interest consists of prosperity of country with fulfillment of basic needs. The key is to sensitize the media in the countries which often misinforms the public and lead to feeling of hatred amongst them. The political parties also need to think on largest perspective, considering the interest of the country as a whole and not limited to their own political interest. Freedom of religion and belief should contribute to the attainment of goals of world peace, social justice, and friendship among the people, and elimination of ideologies or practices of colonialism and racial discrimination. Each country must start to recognize the need to ensure even more effective implementation of international human rights instruments with regard to the persons belonging to national or ethnic or religious linguistic minorities. There is a need to accept that promotion and protection of the rights of persons belonging to national, ethnic or religious minorities contribute to political and social stability. It is equally important to start believing that the constant promotion and realization of the rights of persons belonging to the minorities is an integral part of the development of the society. Within a democratic framework, which is based on rule of law, such equality would contribute to the strengthening of friendship and cooperation among the peoples and the states. It is essential to promote understanding, tolerance, and respect in matters relating to freedom of religion. The true meaning of nationalism is not propagating the majority religion of the state, rather treating all minorities equally. It is a feeling for the nation, not dependent upon the religion or ethnicity of the person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your great presentations and good information regarding some topic in the constitution's issues in the South Asia country. So, is there any questions from participants, presenters here regarding the presentations made by Ms. Bhumika Sharma from India? If you have a questions you would like to ask directly, just use the picture of raise hand button, or if you wanted to write your question, you can also use the chat box by writing down your questions there. I think we're still waiting for questions from the participants, Ms. Bhumika Sharma, but I will try to begin to ask you regarding your topic. I just wondering about the Indian legal systems. As you mentioned that there are so many constitutions in the South Asia that guarantee about the freedoms of religions and beliefs under their constitution. So how about in India? How to settle the issue of human rights or violations of the human rights, particularly regarding the issue of freedom of belief and religions? That you have the special mechanisms, institutions, or and so on and so forth to settle the issue of the violation of human rights, particularly the freedom of belief and religions.
Firstly, anyone whose these rights are violated can approach the High Court in the state or the Supreme Court, and at the same time we have National Human Rights Commission for dealing with the human rights violation. So two forums, one is the Judicial Forum and second is the Special Authority, that is the National Human Rights Commission, which has been constituted to deal with various cases of violation of human rights.
Thank you so much for your response. I think there is no questions from the participants and also the presenters, but because we still have remain one presenter, Professor Otto, do you want to present your paper or your thoughts in this plenary sessions, Prof? If yes, we still have the time, but it's quite limited. Professor Otto, can you respond me? Hello, Professor Otto. Can you?
I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want to
Yeah,
present your? Do you want to present your?
Well, as it, I will prepare to present it tomorrow. That is on Tuesday. Yeah, because I didn't get the actual time.
Okay.
So I don't know if the participants will allow me to present it on Tuesday. At least that will be around 2 a.m. Nigerian time.
Okay. I think that you need to contact to the committee to rearrange your schedule for the tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the presenters and participants, and also the invited guests and the organizer, it is the end of the sessions, the second plenary. Thank you so much for every presenter for your good presentations today. We got many informations, explanations, and also good knowledge regarding some issues in the constitutionalism and public law in the South Asian perspective. So tomorrow we still have another plenary session. So you can also contact the committee to the further informations, or just check your booklet that already sent to you by email or by another social media. I think that's all. So I offer the microphone to the organizers. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we can leave the Zoom room. Thank you so much all participants, Bu Rahmiati and semuanya. Semoga besok-besok bisa keep in touch. See you.
You're welcome. See you. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. See you.
See you. Bye.
Makasih Mas Bahrul for this opportunity. Thank you.
Makasih Mas Ari. Thank you very much.